Your feelings for her are not real. They are real to me!
Alright. See, it's about time we do an add-on tier list for Ghostface. So, I'm gonna... just for now, but yeah. Ghostface Call and Tape, I'm gonna put this is gonna be the first S tier one. It honestly, it isn't like it's a huge jump higher. I know it's iridescent, but it's not like a huge jump higher than a lot of these other A tier ones. All of these are probably like on par. Any of these work pretty perfectly, you know? Any of them work. It just is down to your playstyle. Some work much better than others. Depends on what you combo with, the map and all that. Just doesn't into the dying state, your power like comes back. And yeah, final one, we've also got outdoor security camera. I might put it A tier. I might put it A tier. Yeah, same with all of these. All of these could be S tier. Honestly, it's so hard to choose. But I choose you wanted to get those, but I really love that dynamic with Ghostface, you know? It's like, you can bring these, but common add-ons are sort of like, you know, you can still consider them base kit to a degree, but if you do want to do anything higher, it's more of a gamble, but I mean, if you can pull it off, it can be fucking great. Yeah, I think that's about it for this tier list, though. Thank you all so much for watching. You know, if you have any more video suggestions or...
After the Gintama video, you most likely expected my next ranking would be on another anime, if not another TV show. But no, not today, fellows. For now, I want to take a crack at something a little less time-consuming. Not to mention, there's only so many stories you could come up with based on Beauty and the Beast's second act and nothing else before it got stale. Belle and Beast have an argument, it's hard for them to patch it up, and the staff laments the Beast will never fall in love, and then they look at the rose and how petals are falling off and all that, but then they do make up, and everyone's happy. Rinse and repeat several times over. Besides them, all there is to watch are the staff of the castle, and if anything, this series of episodes shows that they work much better as a supporting cast and nothing more. Either that or they just need to have much better writers. Is seen as artistically compromising for the purpose of inspiring less controversy and making money, and that's what Hunchback 2 is to a fault. If you've ever seen Hunchback, how would you describe it in terms of atmosphere? Grand, massive in scale, operatic, bold, all things that are much more difficult to pull off with a small budget like Hunchback 2 has, but it appears the team isn't going down that route. Let me explain. Hunchback 2 follows Quasimodo and co. several years after the events of the original movie when the circus comes to town, and along with it, thieves out to steal a giant bell, La Fidèle. So as Phoebus tries to figure out who's been causing the surge in robberies, Quasi falls in love with one of the act's performers, Madeline, and shit proceeds to hit the fan. Everything about that description screams lazy cash grab with no respect for what the original was about or why it existed, and watching the thing gives you the exact same feeling. Phoebus has gone from the voice of reason among a sea of discriminatory, unquestioning guards to being immediately hostile towards the carnies, and sure, he ends up being right, but the fact he was so apprehensive about them from the beginning completely contradicts his previously established morals. Quasi and Esmeralda are about the same as they were before, and the new love interest Madeline is fine, I guess, but Esmeralda and Phoebus's kid, Zephyr, is kind of annoying and only exists to add tension to the final climax. And then there was Sarouche, the villain. Oh, Sarouche, you did not try that hard to win my hatred, and it shows. Sarouche is a typical narcissistic con man. He looks beautiful on the outside, but is shown to actually be ugly. He manipulates Madeline and throws her under the bus, whatever, but he's an insult of a villain when you think of him in comparison to Frollo. For some of the other movies, an antagonist like Sarouche might work fine, but there's no way to top Frollo in ideology, viciousness, calculated planning, any of that. He pales in comparison no matter what, and even if he was a good villain, which he really isn't, the guy is completely generic. He'd stand no chance. And so if in a sequel to one of the grandest films ever, you focus on a small town crook trying to steal a bell, of course it'll suck. Of course people won't like it. Of course it will feel like a cash grab because it is. And I almost forgot to mention what's special about the bell in the first place. Are you ready for this? Because I'm not sure you are. The reason Sarouche wants the bell is because, get this, though it looks like an ordinary bell on the outside, the inside is adorned with lots of jewels and other expensive, fragile shit. You see, it's a metaphor for beauty being on the inside, and I don't think the writers of this know what bells are meant for. Kinda embarrassing when your main man is a bell ringer, but let me give you a little audio-visual representation of what would happen if you tried to ring a bell like La Fidèle. Dong. That's my impression of shattering glass. I hope you enjoyed it. But anyway, yeah, that should give you a basic picture of why the concept makes no sense. And beyond the metaphorical meaning, what practical use does spending—
Could you imagine? Oh my god. I mean... That was pretty sick. What's up, everybody? Today we have some Pinhead gameplay.
What's in the box?
And for this video, we'll be doing the Iridescent Pinhead because I believe his Eerie add-ons are some of the stronger ones out of all of the killers. Those ones are going to be Engineer's Fang. If you hit someone with Possessed Chain, it will actually injure them. But if you hit them again with it, it will only target them with 2 chains instead of 3. Then we have the Lament configuration, and when the chain hunt is inactive, survivors beyond 24 meters don't see the aura of the box. But when it is active, they do see it, but by that time, the chain hunt probably has already done its work. We'll be running just a build I really like on him, Plaything to get that Oblivious status effect, then Brutal Strength, which I think helps us at pallets to slow people down, Deadlock to block some gens a little bit, and then Pentimento because it just works well with the Plaything. I think this is a pretty nasty combination, and you just gotta play a little bit of the box man, a little bit of the cum guy. Let's just get into the video. Like the video if you enjoy. All right, we got the Cold Tower. I am back from my trip. I was gone for a few days, and this is literally my first game back on, so we'll see how it goes. I think Iridescent Pinhead is just really fun to play. The Engineer's Fang's gotta be one of the better just add-ons in the game. That's going to be fun to use. And also the one where they can't see their things when chain hunting, I still think is quite effective. Yeah, being able to injure people through walls is going to be insane. I missed. Oh, Bill? He's cracked. He's cracked. He's cracked. He's cracked. Drop it. Drop it. He won't drop it. He dropped it. And then I also like Brutal. The reason that I have this on here is because that when you chain someone at a pallet, when they like vault over, they still have to break the chains. All right. They have to break the chains, and when you break the pallet relatively quickly, you kind of get some time, a little bit of leeway there, and you might be able to catch them out. So that's the main goal. Pinhead's a pretty fun character to play if I can actually hit my chains. I find that the best way is to just kind of like go right up on top of someone with it, like try to get your power to hit their butt.
Where were you hit? In the buttocks, sir.
I mean, might as well.
I came.
He did. He did, in fact. Where did they go? Where did this person go? They're over here. Hello. Boom. Right in the butthole. You do get one less chain to possess them after with only 2. But this is what I'm talking about. This guy's got the PUBG thing. He's got the PUBG little outfit. That's really cool. Oh, nice play. Yeah, so you get like a little PUBG helmet or whatever. Oh, he kept running. He kept running. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, guys, you gotta give me a little bit of leeway here. Oh, my God, I missed. Oh, my God, I missed. Dwight, please don't do this to me. I'm but a small boy. A child, even. Oh, look at me. I've got pins in my head. My family. Oh, I didn't think he would vault. I thought he was gonna keep running because he's been running. Where am I going? Oh, no, I'm lost. It's been like 4 days, and I've already forgotten how to play the game. Go over here. We'll break that. We don't have God Palette, so if he runs over to Shaq, it's not as good. Oh, nice. We should be good. If he has Dead Hard, right? He probably does. He's got to have Dead Hard. Interesting. It's an interesting shot. Yeah, that's just, that took a little more time than I had wanted. No, you telling me that rift really disappeared? Like right there, on God, right in front of me? I'm just gonna kindle this. I don't really care as much about having...
Playing. Yeah, I was...
The 5 stacks of Pentimento, just getting these gen slowdowns is really what I'm looking for. Yeah, let me grab this though. Give that little speed action going in. Someone's over here? Oh, were they in a locker? I think they were in a locker. Oh, well, might as well. Might as well. Wait, what does he do? He did. Nice. There you go. Just like that, you get that little bit of Engineer's Fangarino. All right, and then we see this guy again. Boom. Just the injures. I don't know if he has one. If he has one that actually inflicts Mangled with, like, Possessed Chains, I don't know if that would work with Engineer's Fang. That would actually be a pretty solid combo. All right, he gets hooked up there. We go ahead and break this. I'm gonna take myself over here. We got another little speed boy we can grab. Michaela? Yeah, are you all right? Michaela, are you all right? That's the second time someone's vaulted into me. Don't look at me. Is it because I have pins on my head? You're gonna look at me? You're gonna make fun of me? Because I
sense I've made a mistake of some kind.
You know, sometimes you can't teach raw talent, and that's raw talent right there. We gotta love that. Now let's go ahead and break this. You guys see the little kind of leak thing for the For Honor character that's gonna be coming out? Looks pretty interesting. It's definitely gonna be an Apollyon-esque Estrella. For those of you who don't know, I do play For Honor, so pretty easy to kind of recognize the type of character we're coming in. The more surprising thing is that we're actually getting a survivor along with it, which I wasn't expecting. I went through it. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, we ran this way. Okay. I think he discombobulated himself. All right. And if we get that chain hunt active, it's going to be just literal hell for them. Obviously not as bad on this map because it's kind of smaller, but someone was in here. Go ahead and break this real quick. That 30% from that Pentimento is really coming in. Oh, yep. Chain hunt's active. Chain hunt is active. They have a few gens that are close to being worked on, or finished rather. Oh, we tapped it. We got a tapper. We got a tapper. Call him Detective Taft, not Dwight. Oh my god, I hit his butt right there. Go ahead and break that. Ooh, I see you, Bill. He's getting targeted by the chain, so he can't actually do it. Look at him. That's hilarious. He doesn't know what to do. What are you gonna do, Billy? Oh no. And we get this, get a little bit of the screams. So 2 people down by Shaq, 1 person inside the main building. Yep. I mean, Bill's a little old. Exactly. Like, I don't think he's even capable of doing that anymore, Pinhead. Come on, at least have some decency. Someone was up here. Curious if they actually jumped off or not, or maybe they're just performing a bit of a goof, a gap. Give me that haze pumpkin. It wasn't a haze pumpkin. Oh, let's see if someone's on this. Oh, right in the face. You truly hate to see it. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. 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 He's over here somewhere. Oh, that's American Sniper right there. I don't think Pinhead's American. He's got to be American. Oh. Is that a Dead Hard or an off the record? It looks kind of like a Dead Hard animation. I didn't think he was going to be able to get that. They are not doing the greatest. I can just break these things. Wow, she just went for it, huh? I mean, I respect it. Can I fit through this? Okay, yes. My slender figure. Nice. Goes down. No shot they go for a pallet save, right? They wouldn't go for a pallet save. Oh, he's not even under the pallet. Michaela? Are you alright? Because she's just going to run around. I'm just going to go over the top of the hill, and I'm going to be kind of close to her already. Alright, no, touche, respect. Yep, we're getting a little bit of questionability. That's not a word. I'm literally going to go... I'm going to Pentimento that right in your face. What are you going to do about it? I also just love the combo of Plaything Pentimento on Pinhead. Do you guys think Pinhead might have, like, the 3 best teachable perks? Like, just all together? Deadlock, really good. Plaything, really good. Gift of Pain, also really good and underrated, I would say. Well, it appears Ace has given up his will to live. The Plaything is definitely affecting some of these people. I mean, it could have been him. I think 2 people still have Plaything on them. I would have to say that okay, ma'am. Yep, that was hers. I would say the Dwight was definitely the best, so I might let him go. Plus, he's got a cool little helmet. He's got the PUBG helmet. I think you actually have to play PUBG, though, to get it. And frankly, that's a risk I'm not willing to take. I have no desire to play that game. I own that game, but I have no desire to play that game. He's over here somewhere. Hey, big man. Big man. I might still shoot him, though. Oh, yeah. Still get that snipe there. Oh, that was just kind of a really nice swing around the corner. But I'm going to let him go because he has a cool helmet. And frankly, that should provide him enough armor, right? All right, there you go, Dwight. I'm not sure what they were doing, but I feel like they definitely could have gotten some gens done. Yes, have a good one. Get in there. Get in the hole. All right, there you go, buddy. GG's. All right, we are on the RP Dizzle. Did we get sent here? Nah, everyone took the event things. Why would I even doubt them? Why would I doubt them? All right, let's continue this. This is a pretty good map, I would say, for the old Lament configuration. I mean, they still might be able to find it because of being able to, like, see through the floors and stuff. I don't know if I heard that. Nope. All right, we got to get back to the other side. Don't worry, we'll get there. Speaking of Resident Evil, you guys see any of that gameplay for Resident Evil 4? Looks interesting. I heard they took out one decision, though, that involves a dog, and that upsets me. It could be. Who knows? It could have just been part of, like, an image or trailer or something. Oh, they've already clenched it. Damn. Miss Fangman, you are trying your best. All right. All right. All right, ma'am. Okay. If you're gonna take the hit, you better be ready to take this pain. Nope. Also, what are you doing? She literally tried to save you and you've blasted her. Oh, what have you done, Fang? What are you doing? All right, well, that's a good start. Put her up there. If this person's got Unbreakable, that's pretty good. For them, not for me. Oh my god. She's crawling up the stairs like an absolute mad lass. Do I have 2 hooks out here? Oh my god, that's nasty. Shouldn't have done that. That was a pretty long stun, huh? That was indeed a pretty long stun. That was a dumb idea by me. A pretty dumb idea by me. I could have just went around, but I'm an idiot. Hello! I found you. You're gonna drop pallets on my face. Not once, not never. Okay, where are we going here? Ada. This is probably... Yeah, this is where... Oh, she broke that. Oh. Don't have Dead Hard. Oh, no Dead Hard. Nah, Fang, I don't believe in you. You can't get it. You can't get it. No shot. No shot. Wait, this is... What are you doing? Alright. I mean, gee, you want to play a little more? You gonna drop this on my face? You gonna drop it on my face? No! That was a nice play. That was a nice play. But I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. That's goodbye to that. I'm gonna grab a pumpkin. Don't mind if I do. Get a little pumpkin guts all over your face. We can go up top now. I think. No, she didn't drop it. Imagine. Imagine, David. Imagine. A snipe from downtown. Snipe from downtown. Where's this man at? Beep! I missed. Hey, I missed. I missed, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about the miss. If you look at the misses in life, I mean, how can you get better? Right? No. Well, he's done it. So he's at the corner. Hello, sir. I haven't hit literally anybody with my Engineer Fang. Oh no, he's made a mistake. He's made a clear miscalculation. Oh yes. Having the little haste from the void thing there was quite beneficial to me. I want to get a Pentimento, but I have to go to the other side of the map. Doesn't seem too much of value right now. I think we're in a decent spot. They have healed up. They don't really have a reason to come to this side of the map anymore, so I'm just going to go ahead and Pentimento this. I think that might be a decent idea. I mean, obviously they'll know where the totem was at, but I think that's a pretty decent one to have. Through the floor? Okay, didn't work. Wait, hold up. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's actually close. Wait, that'd actually be close to getting 5. That would be really impressive. Especially because I'm not even, like, trying. Nope, she tried to turn into me. That was a bit of a smart play. I can respect that. We'll see what happens here. Is she gonna drop this? Nice. Get that brutal strength again, just to get a little bit closer and chase. They have been pretty adamant at getting the old Boxerino. So things like this, right? This is what I'm talking about. So we do that, and we can break this, and she gains basically no distance. She gains, like, no distance right there, just because we're able to brutal strength it.
Up the floor just cracked.
Oh, I hit the fucking floor.
I believe I might fall.
Alright, that's fine. We go ahead and break that. Figure out the heck she's running. Oh, I got stunned from it. They broke my Pentimento. Ah, rip the dream. I mean, I never really thought it was gonna happen, to be fair, but rip the dream. Oh, that's a good snipe right there. Oh, she's not gonna run down there. Respect, respect. She's taking me on a bit of a magical journey. She vaults in. Dead-eyed! Nope, no dead-eyed. Classic. We'll get her right there, and then put her up on there. She's probably at least the best one that I've seen so far. Have I even seen... No, yeah, I have seen Ada. She dropped a pallet on my face. Well, any time that they spend not actually doing gens and just doing totems instead, I mean, it just gives me an advantageous position, really. Because, I mean, still 14 seconds for each one. Dude, I wonder, actually... I have an interesting idea for a build. I'm not going to say it right now, obviously, but I've got an interesting idea. Nice. That's a sniper. And that's a dead. I hear David. David. Where's David? Is he in here? Is David in here? Hello, David? I missed. He had sprint burst. I'm blaming it on that. Not my just complete miss. Well, I thought he might have pulled a old drop down play. Where's this guy running? This guy's making decisions. I'm gonna hit him with my thing just because. Like, why not? Why not, right? Oh, he doesn't even make it. He made it. He made it. Guys, he made it. Unfortunate for you. I'm gonna go over there to the box instead. I think we're doing alright. Where the hell is she even at? Okay, that was an interesting teleport. She was like 3 walls away. Nah. Nah, get off that. I'll take that as a free kill. As a free kill for me. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. We gonna come in for a block? Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think so. Let's just go grab the speed real quick. See maybe where they're vibing. You may have broken my Pentimento, but have you broken my Pentimento? I didn't think so. I heard someone running direct. It is Eta Huang. Could you imagine? With Apex. They will get you the best parts for the best.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get to it. We're going to have the deck list on the website as soon as it is ready. On MasterDuelMeta.com, the tier list will be updating a bit after we submit the deck list. This is using all community tournaments. Runic is already on the tier list from the few community events that have been happening. So if we click on Runic for how the deck's being played, we have a fresh Runic guide, and we have the breakdown on how people are playing this deck. You could hate the Card Demise all you want, but that is it's half of the way to play it. 54% are not playing it. It's half and half. Card of Demise is a way to play. This got first place of an Asian tournament. Oh boy. Oh boy. Card Demise. And we're going to have a lot more Runic deck lists right after this, so stay tuned for that. Let's hop into the grand finale.
There can only be one winner, and you're looking at it. Let's go.
The TCG players, they hate the Card Demise. They hate Duality. They hate Demise. I don't understand. I feel like, I don't want to paint all TCG players like this. You got to be more open-minded. You can't have this bias from the TCG and think that you know exactly how Master Duel runs. There's going to be a lot of differences. Acknowledge the differences. Imperm, negate the scales from sending a Phantom Knight from the deck to the graveyard. Is that a good impermanence, or should you save it for a Rusty? Sending the Dagda and the Cloak for the Anaconda. We don't need Dagda anymore. It already helped us with its use, which was to set the Scythe. Now, the main way to use the Scythe is we have to find any way to destroy it during our opponent's turn. Thus, it will summon from the graveyard to lock him out of the extra deck. Impermanence is going to negate the way to pop the Scythe. So Scythe is now, there's no way to pop it. We don't have a good way to destroy our own Scythe. Anaconda negated. That's devastating. Fusion Destiny limited to 1. You sent your only copy of Fusion Destiny to the graveyard just to get negated, and now you have a useless Scythe unless you find a way to get popping. We have Rite of Erismir summon a token onto the field. Max C is going to ensure we draw 1 off of this token summon. Called by the Grave. Negate the Max C. You are going to be drawing per special summon. Cross out Designate. Negate the negate. We will be drawing off of Max C, but he could do the play that I described to grab the Griffin with the Fateful Adventure, then just wait. Wait a turn. Battle, get that 1500 damage in, very good. Now, ideally, he could normal summon to trigger the Fateful Adventure to grab a Draco back. Does he have a normal summon to do so? Possibly not. He does not have that normal summon. He is going to be searching the Griffin, discarding a card from the hand. He already had the Draco back. There you go. You only play 1. Draco back is going to equip onto the token, and it will allow us to spin any card in the field back to the hand. We do have to remember we are under Max C. You don't set back the Scythe. The Scythe you could then reset. So that's a good send back, I'd say. Send back the hidden card that you have no idea about. And he's doing exactly what I said. I mean, yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Should we have set the Scythe back? It does destroy during the end phase from the effect of the Dagda. Maybe we don't care that it's on the fields. Actually, what do you think? I don't even know now. You don't have to worry about Scythe lock for the rest of the game, pretty much. But now there's a Scythe on the fields. We can now chain Griffin to summon onto the fields. We can only summon Griffin during the main phase, which we didn't summon because of the Max C. We just passed priority on summoning Griffin. Interesting. We do not want to summon Griffin. 2200 beat stick cannot swing over the token. It is protected from battle destruction. Max C again. At least we're eating up the Max C. We're wondering if we want to summon, we want to negate this, and we do. We are negating. Now, what happens when you negate a card that can only be activated once? If you negate the activation and not the effect, I could activate another one. The card is semi-limited. We could do another one maybe if we have one. Draco back, spin that token back. And thanks to the scythe, we have 8,000 damage. I spin back the scythe, mate. I said that. You should have spun back the scythe. Scythe. You made sure to attack for lethal with scythe. You made sure to do that. Oh my Jesus. Game 1, Cock wants to go first, and it is a branded deck. So while we have the breakdown for Phantom Knight Adventure, we're now gonna want the breakdown for branded. So let's type in branded, click on branded fusion, and we'll do the breakdown right there. Dark Magician loving branded. We have branded Despia. I don't think we separate the branded adventure version, do we? No, I don't think so. Branded Despia breakdown is here. Branded Fusion is going to be negated by the Ash. You definitely want to save your Ash for the Branded Fusion. Do not let Alibur eat your Ash. Crossout Designate is going to eat the Ash itself. There we go. Negate. The negate. Branded Fusion will now resolve. We're going for Branded Red, or are we going to get spicy? We're not Ido locking. We ain't Ido locking.
星と深淵 法と人の情は時に衝突し、時に通じ合う。それぞれの利害を天秤にかけるのは実に難しいことだ。そこだ。よっトンほれ、そこだ。よっは下がれ。トンさあよっ立縁インフッははボンはさあよっ食らえトン
助けが必要な方がいる。
無駄な努力をやめたら。
とさあ強行はっやついてこい。おとなしくしやがれ。
戦場のお掃除の時間です。
諦めなさい。その命いただいたわ。
俺につけだとでよってはっとふっへってやで
無駄な努力をやめたら降参しなさい。
先生こっちで
メイドの礼儀に気をつけます。やっ
これすまんすまん。
その命いただいたわ。
だ血人
つもりか。真理は循環する。よっとやっとよっとはっはっ岩の重さは安心。
嵐よ
師匠の技を食らいなさい。 やがれ。任せてください。
こいつはどうだ。
みんなを守るからね。
よっ、あら、じゃとはふよっとじゃどりゃじゃガントーギュはとどりゃ砕きやがれ。あらとどりゃ追いつけまい。鬼の狂気乱舞。そりゃお前の出番だぜ。よっ、あら
元気出してよ。
この瞬間お前をと
砕きやがれ。
どりゃ俺様に任せろ。そりゃ
料理の時間だよ。
ついてこい。せい属性を見下ろせ。はっ、君ごとき僕を直視する気か。せいとはっだだは天へと舞い。身の程を知れ。せいだ風よせいやっとせいはっ図が高いぞ。
手を貸そうか。
狩人の小道具さ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。風だ。ふう。はっ。リズムに乗れるかい？足元に気をつけて。走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。はあ。ほっ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。火花を散らせ。よっしゅ。安全距離確認。見たことはあるかな。一緒に遊ぼうよ。たはっほったふっほっよっふっ。リズムに乗れるかい？まだイントロだ。火花を散らせ。風だ。足元に気をつけて。ふっはっふう。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。一緒に遊ぼうよ。おもっと熱くなれ。風だ。走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。たお おふわっ走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。ここだよ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。お足元に気をつけて。ふっはあはっふう狩人の小道具さ。ここだよ。風だ。足元に気をつけて。ここは私の狩り場だ。ちょっとしたテクニックさ。超拡散形態6308式ユニット。吸引テスト開始。はあ、見たことはあるかな。火花を散らせ。6308式ユニット。足元に気をつけて。あたいの最強の音を聞け。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。ここだよ。走るより飛ぶ。爆発するよ。高速する。吸引テスト開始。リズムに乗れるかい。見たことはあるかな。ちょっとしたテクニックさ。風だ。一緒に遊ぼうよ。よっしゃ。足元に気をつけて。6308式ユニット。狩人の小道具。ここだよ。
星と深淵。無事今日の依頼。
参ったな。新人冒険者はいつも同じ過ちを繰り返す。参ったな。新人冒険者はいつも同じ過ち。
行動するんだ。よし。
Hello, and welcome to part 3 of this review of Black Panther 2 Wakandan Boogaloo. This video will conclude not only this review, but my coverage of Phase 4 of the MCU. At times, it's felt like trying to clear a blocked toilet with my tongue, so suffice it to say that I'm very much looking forward to the end. I would down an entire bottle of very good scotch in celebration, but to be perfectly honest, I've had to down it already just to suffer through the rest of Wakanda Forever. Part 2 covered this film's second act, the summary of which, having rescued Riri Williams from the clutches of the evil Americans, whose CIA stole her magical bullshit vibranium detector machine, though inexplicably left both she and all her plans and schematics in school, the submarine Aztec merpeople then attacked Shuri, Michonne, and Iron Child on a bridge. Their mission was to kill Iron Child, but rather than do that, the Freaky Fish people instead kidnapped both Shuri and Iron Child and took them back to Otogunga. Wherein, Namor, Freaky Fish Guy himself, decided that nobody in the audience had been paying attention when he laid out his supreme goal of remaining hidden from the world, meaning nobody would notice if he randomly pivoted on a dime and set out to nuke the world instead. He presented Shuri with a choice. Wakanda could help the Aztecs in their first strike, or they could refuse to help and be invaded by the Aztecs. They are Aztecs, by the way. I had a few people in my comment section suggesting that they were Mayans. As far as my history of Mesoamerica goes, I'm pretty sure they were Aztecs because they were there when the conquistadors arrived. But anyway, this, the Aztecs' threat as explained at length in part 2, contains a few problems. Nuking the world is probably not compatible with the goal of remaining hidden from the world. If your goal was to remain hidden from the world, there was ample opportunity to achieve this with a mutual alliance with the Wakandans, who share almost all of your interests, and you could have raised this prospect at your first meeting with the Wakandans, rather than being a wally and threatening to invade them if they didn't capture the asset, Ironchild, and hand her over for murdering. Freaky Fish Guy had a brilliant opportunity to achieve what we'd have been obliged to call the most powerful alliance
in the world
in his meeting with Queen Ramonda Valerian, first of her name, at the beginning of the film, because, as all military strategists would agree, whales plus rhinos beats tanks plus planes. Having missed this chance because he is an idiot, Freaky Fish Guy then invites Shuri to learn to stop worrying and love the bomb. But she says nah, because as Princess of Wakanda, she cannot allow Ironchild to be killed by the Aztecs. Ironchild is not a Wakandan, and it isn't immediately obvious why Shuri should be so concerned for her, or indeed why Shuri and Michonne took one glance at her from afar earlier in the film and decided to jeopardize the future of their whole country by betraying Freaky Fish Guy to rescue her. Absence of explanation has led some to conclude that this change of heart was born solely of racial solidarity, despite they being African and she being African American and these being two very different things. Though that would be perfectly in line with the culture's dumb fuck approach to racial questions, and I'd not ruled it out, then again, the MCU's general response to people asking why its stories make no damn sense is, because shut up. I don't think we need to read nefarious intent into it at this point. Don't worry though, there'll be plenty of time for nefarious intent later in the video. Having failed in his negotiations with Shuri and Otto Gunga, Freaky Fish Guy then tries his luck with Ramonda Valerian, and well, hell, with arms like that, he must have been feeling brave. They meet on a beach, and Ramonda threatens to tell Bilbo everything she knows about him, even though she could have done that already and Freaky Fish Guy wouldn't have known anything about it. Freaky Fish Guy tells her that she's having a fucking laugh, and if she dares tell anyone, he'll kill Shuri and invade Wakanda for good measure. Wakanda, as we learnt in part 2, is also threatened by an American invasion.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems. It begins in California, with a little girl raised by two moms.
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality.
And then attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women.
Though the film is hazy on this point. The CIA chat destabilization for a few seconds, then they apparently forget what destabilization means, and so they chat military attacks instead. Obviously, the Americans would have lost that encounter, because Wakanda is, in Ramonda's own words, the most powerful nation
in the world,
despite its standing army being around 300 tribesmen armed with spears, and its air force of about 4 close-range fighters. In a fight between an M1 Abrams and a war rhino, my money is on the M1 Abrams. This tension, by the way, between these two strands of setup is never addressed by the film. Wakanda is normally portrayed with a kind of smug superiority next to the backward and primitive Americans. Yet the threat by the Americans is posed at times in this film as severe. It has to be more than an inconvenience, otherwise it would provide next to no motive for action. But it can't be more than an inconvenience without revealing that the Wakandans really aren't half as strong and brilliant as they keep telling us they are. How can these things be? be reconciled? Well, you see, it's...
This case takes place on the 2nd of November 2014 in northern Johannesburg, South Africa. Make sure you listen to the very end as I do provide some further information surrounding this story. At the time of this case, Ines Antonio was a 22-year-old woman and the mother of a 4-year-old girl. When Ines was younger, she met a man by the name of Jan Peters. She was with some friends when they became lost and she spotted Jan as he was doing some gardening on a property. Ines asked him for directions and the two began to chat. They exchanged numbers and the two became friends and then began a relationship. However, this relationship wouldn't last long. After 2 months, Jan began to show his true colours. On numerous occasions, he was physically abusive. He would punch Ines and call her all manner of names and racial slurs. Ines quickly became tired of this treatment and she broke off the relationship. A year later, Ines met a new man and she became pregnant. Once this new man found out, he ran and refused to have any contact with her. It was around this time that Jan began to message Ines again and asked for another chance. She explained that she was pregnant with another man's child and Jan said that it wasn't a problem and that he would father the child and support her too. The two moved in together. However, the second try at the relationship didn't last long, as according to Ines, she could tell that he wasn't a changed man and the two broke up and Ines moved away. She worked as a hairdresser part-time to pay for rent, food and to support her newly born daughter. She was also in school studying towards her matric. However, Jan didn't want the relationship to be over. He followed her around and would wait outside her place of work, her house and her school for hours at a time. Jan had told Ines that he didn't want anybody else to have her, and this would continue for some time. On the morning of the 2nd of November 2014, Ines was with her daughter, who was now 4 years old. They had just left their house and were on their way to the shops when Jan appeared out of nowhere in his car. He pulled over and in a flash he grabbed her daughter and threw her into the car. He turned to Ines and asked her if she would consider taking him back and demanded that she get into his car. Ines was able to get her daughter out of the car and told him that there was no chance that the two would ever restart their relationship. Worried that Jan might try and grab the girl again, Ines pulled the child behind herself. But as she did this, Jan pulled out a container filled with acid and swirled the contents into Ines's face. Immediately, an intense burning pain took hold of her body. Some of the acid had also splashed onto her daughter's arm and behind her ear, causing her too to scream out in pain and cry. Before fleeing from the scene, Jan picked up the child and threw her to the ground. He then got into the car and fled from the scene. Ines screamed out, begging for anyone nearby to help. Ines's landlady, Carol Locke, was in her kitchen when she heard screams. She looked outside to see what all the commotion was, and when she did, she saw Ines and her daughter screaming in agony. Carol immediately ran to their aid. She began with treating the child whilst others nearby tended to Ines. Ines then lost consciousness. She awoke to find herself of lying in a hospital bed in the intensive care unit. The hospital went to known address. After taking a search was soon underway to find him. Following the attack, Ines is taking a statement from Ines. They set out to arrest Jan. However, by this time, Jan had disappeared from his last known address. A search was soon underway to find him. Following the attack, Ines's daughter was cared for by her landlady, and she was in good hands. Although Ines didn't want her daughter to see her in that condition, she was worried that showing her face to her daughter would frighten her. A few months after the attack taking place, Jan was arrested. A private investigator was hired, and he was able to track him down.
It's really quite simple. You just don't ask the questions to begin with. In response to Ramonda's suggestion, Freaky Fish Guy tells her that she can't tell anyone, let alone Bilbo, because if she does, he'll kill Shuri and invade Wakanda. As noted several times across these videos, the invasion part of his plan makes very little sense. Invading very high-profile nations does not aid your goal of remaining hidden. If your goal is no longer to remain hidden, it's not at all apparent what the plan for global Armageddon is. A joint first strike with the Wakandans was a preferential option. Freaky Fish Guy presents his offer as, join us, or we will wipe out the world and you'll be first. The capacity to wipe out the world remains either way, yet knocking out enemies one at a time presents ample opportunity for those enemies to gang up against you. Even a momentary delay can allow time for your enemies to rally, as Vladimir Putin has found out to his cost. And on top of all that, it's not clear how the Aztecs hope to prosecute this war for global domination, given their entire military consists in the main of whales and fish people. They seemingly have no air force, no ground forces, no drones or technology to speak of, no bombs, no bullets, and no missiles. By contrast, all the Americans have to do to find and wipe out the Freaky Fish Boys is locate them, which would be fairly easy to accomplish, conscript James Cameron, strap a suicide vest on him, and send him to the bottom of the Atlantic.
Jesus, titty fucking.
No more subaqueous Smurfs of either franchise. Those complications aside, the film attempts to present Ramonda Valerian with a terrible choice, her daughter or her country. But that terrible choice isn't operative anywhere near long enough to actually be a terrible choice, because not much more than a couple of minutes later, Nokia, whom Ramonda recruited to track Shuri down, managed to get all the way down to Talokan and then all the way back out, with Shuri and Ironchild in tow and without anyone spotting them. So Ramonda's problem has been solved within 2 minutes of it being posed. Superb. When they go back to Wakanda, they are in possession of more than they seem to realize, because not only has Nokia rescued both Shuri and Ironchild, but she also knows exactly where Talokan is. Wakanda now has all the cards. They're faced by an enemy who has pointlessly antagonized them and threatened to invade them on several occasions. He wished to remain hidden, he wanted Ironchild killed, he wanted Wakanda's help in a war. Well, the Wakandans now have Ironchild, they don't need to help him in a war, and they can expose him, or they can threaten to do so. Freaky Fish Guy is deep fat fucked at this point. The Wakandans now have the proof they need to convince the Americans that the Aztecs were behind the attack in the Atlantic at the beginning of the film. And they don't use it. They don't even threaten to use it. No attempt at communication was made, either with the Aztecs or the Americans. Instead, there was some pointless ambling about and chatting. Queen Ramonda gave Ironchild a tour of the Wakandan palace, meaning the Wakandans had only themselves to blame when Freaky Fish Guy and a small division of fish people floated, one assumes, all the way up some very long rivers in order to reach the notably landlocked Central African nation of Wakanda to launch a surprise attack. Freaky Fish Guy and his freaky fish people had no trouble at all flooding the Wakandan capital and blowing up the throne room with water grenades, which somehow managed to completely fill the very high tower with water right down to its foundations in an instant. Queen Ramonda rescued Ironchild from the submerged depths, but died in the attempt. Both she and Ironchild were full of water, but the Wakandan anal beads were only able to shock it out of Ironchild. Everyone is very sad. Freaky Fish Guy threatens to return in a week unless the Wakandans agree to nuke America. Shuri is now queen, and we are up to date. To summarize the summary, Wakanda Forever pays very little attention to the world it's creating, and its plot has only survived thus far on the assumption the audience would Ask about. Out as many questions of it as its writers did, which is to say, none. To summarize the summary of the summary, this is not a good film. But on to Act 3. Shuri is the queen now. I still can't figure out how Succession in Wakanda works. This, I assume, would have been an opportunity for M'Baku to challenge her for the title, but either he's too nice a guy to do that, or the writers just kind of forgot that that was a thing. Or else, he's familiar with the MCU meta that guarantees huge, well-built men will lose to girls with all the muscle mass of an emaciated twig, so he doesn't. Incidentally, you'd think there would be absolutely no reason for a daughter of Wakanda to have a protein deficiency given the abundance of rhino milk they have there, but, well, maybe Shuri is a vegan. Instead, M'Baku asks her what she wants to do next, and she agrees to the Elders' plan to evacuate everyone to the Jabari tribe's lands up in the mountains. Unironically, the exchange between them is reasonably well written. It covers a number of character bases: Shuri's experiences forcing maturity on her, the relationship between tradition, which she traditionally scoffs at, and science, which M'Baku doesn't value. He was my favourite character from the first scene in this film, and he remains so now. Though it should be added as well that the film is doing a decent enough job giving Shuri a character she had hitherto been lacking. It's a big promotion from ancillary figure to leading role. And by and large that transition has been handled sensitively and conveyed about as well as we could reasonably have expected. A task made that much more difficult by the fact that she's having to grow into someone else's boots. In this, the film has managed to marry real-life loss with in-universe consequence. Just about. It's just a shame the story around her makes distractingly little sense. Back at Bilbo's house, he wakes up to find Selina Meyer in his kitchen, and she turns on Anderson Cooper, thus leaving a CNN anchor in the unusual position of having a large audience. He informs the world that the Queen of Wakanda is dead. But how does he know this? Was he told about it? Why would he have been told about it? given the Wakandans are shown to be aware that evil whitey colonizers in America have been trying to exploit national divisions and weaknesses following T'Challa's death. If they're so worried about the Americans' reaction to his death that they go to diplomatic conflict with America over it, do you really think they'd have been volunteering this kind of information to foreign powers? This anyway is President Maya's chance to segue into interrogating Bilbo and revealing that she has, in fact, been monitoring all of his communications and knows all about the anal beads he has in his drawer. You'll recall that in part 2, Bilbo got in touch with Ramonda directly, having picked up the anal beads from the site of Michonne's first fight with the fish people. Which answers one of those questions I raised in the previous video. Why were the CIA not tracking his phone calls? By raising another question in its place. How the fuck did Bilbo not assume that his communications would be tracked? He works for the fucking CIA. They had been out the site for hours before he arrived, and the beads had conveniently been left untouched by the team of professional investigators solely in order for him to find them. We know he's already suspicious of the CIA. He fears they may believe him to be responsible for Shuri and Michonne finding out about Ironchild. But this suspicion cannot be allowed to get in the way of the plot, I guess, so yeah, he's just a moron. Kinda makes you wonder how he ever got a job in American intelligence. Fuck it, who am I kidding? He is perfect for that role. Clear blue skies, my dudes. Clear blue skies. Bilbo doubles down on the film's noble savage motif in mounting a moral defense of Wakanda against Selina Maya's aspersions. He asks what Selina Maya thinks the Wakandans could be doing, given their power and their, as far as he knows, exclusive access to vibranium. He asks what she thinks the US would be doing, were it in an equivalently powerful position, which mightn't be the wisest comparison to make, because the US has lifted more Africans out of poverty than Wakanda ever did, and because it just recapitulates the writer's bizarre Orientalist fetish that I have been told frequently that I am a racist for pointing out. We already know from the previous film that there is sentiment in Wakanda that is militaristic, expansionist, and domineering, an inconvenience the writers of that film attempted to sidle away from by having its chief proponent bought up and corrupted by evil whitey colonizers. Because all bad things done by African warlords can be traced back to colonization generally and the CIA in particular. And the white progressive way of empowering minority groups is to deny that they have any agency or control of their own destinies at all. But if the film is attempting to say, as its writers and their ilk so often do attempt to say, that the Wakandans live in a pacifist idyll because they alone were uncorrupted by evil whitey colonizers, and so never thought to levy their vast technological superiority against the rest of the world because, well, hey, why would they? Against that I raise you all the history of pre- and much of the history of post-colonial Africa. This premise only works because Wakanda makes no fucking sense, and the film only invites us to notice its absurdity whenever it chooses to reiterate its dumb fuck undergraduate leftist understanding of the world in praising the Wakandan magical bullshit meteor model. Back in Wakanda, Ironchild has decided that she has a mother-daughter relationship with the dead queen, after all, because, they shared a single short scene together shortly before Ramonda drowned while several stories up in the air, and so Ironchild pledges to help Wakanda however she can. She is an honorary Wakandan now. Actually, the film has treated her as one from the beginning, which, typically, makes no damn sense. Like agents in The Matrix, all black NPCs in the MCU are potentially Wakandans, they just don't know it yet. For all the good work this film has done with Shuri, it's done nothing at all with Ironchild, making it twice in the last 3 films that the MCU has attempted to introduce important new female characters by turning them into MacGuffins, without any actual character work being done. The premise, that of introducing new characters under the aegis of established heroes and allowing them to grow into the role, is a solid one, but you do actually have to give them character, as opposed to merely giving them a use. In Multiverse of Madness it didn't work because Hugo Lina Chavez was stuck in the middle of a whole cavalcade of colourful, unintelligible shite, one which afforded very little time for character work of any kind, the vast majority of which was taken up by one. Wanda. Chavez was just the thing the hero needed to protect and the villain needed to absorb. Wakanda Forever makes perhaps a little bit more sense than that narratively, but it suffers from a similar problem. Ironchild has been the creator of a MacGuffin, then she's been a bargaining chip MacGuffin herself, and only now, with about half an hour left of the film, have the writers attempted to give her a character relationship with a dead queen who she met once and shared about 3 minutes of screen time with. Hitherto, they glossed over the relationship building entirely, first by having her make a situationally inappropriate joke about Michonne's lack of hair, which isn't what I'd have done if a bald-headed demon had turned up in my room and threatened to kidnap me, and then, second, by making her functionally the same as Shuri, which the writers apparently think makes them friends. Because, you know, I write things and make YouTube videos. That automatically makes me friends with anyone else who writes things and makes YouTube videos. I must remember to stop finding Vorsh so utterly fucking contemptible. It would have been hard anyway to introduce Riri Williams in this film, given that we already have, essentially, a brand new protagonist to familiarize ourselves with, not to mention a new villain at the head of a new faction, other formerly shallow ancillary characters.
he moves through the death. Claudette is 7 years old and feels alone. Very.
Characters to flesh out, and a whole lot of barely comprehensible geopolitical plot to keep track of, and about 5 different potential plots to keep in mind, given how often the writers decide to whimsically flip people's motivations. Multiverse of Madness suggests we're lucky to get even one of these elements done with even a scintilla of care. Shuri is, once again, being developed with something approaching competence, but it still leaves us with 2 brand new and important characters in the MCU, Chavez and Ironchild, who we'll essentially have to learn everything about in whatever subsequent installment they appear in next. No character work has been done. I never thought I'd find myself praising Hawkeye, but by comparison with Multiverse of Madness and Wakanda Forever, Kate Bishop's introduction across her first 3 or 4 episodes, which I think is a comparable amount of screen time, provides for a much more fulsome introduction to her character, helped by much smaller stakes and a comparative deficit of world-ending bollocks in its plot. Shuri then says that though her brother is dead, it doesn't mean the Black Panther is gone, which sentiment might have been better conveyed had the film actually taken time to explain her relationship with the concept, with the Black Panther, beyond merely dismissing it as outdated at the beginning. This is an inversion of her earlier beliefs. But unlike with Freaky Fish Guy, it's not a baseless motivation flip. This one at least fits with her character arc. That being said, we don't get a payoff for it as yet. We don't get anything much about her reasoning, her change of heart, because we go from that sentence to her cutting up the bracelet that Freaky Fish Guy gave her in the second act and incorporating it in the AI's attempt to create a synthetic version of the bullshit goop flower from which they used to derive the bullshit goop, lost to them since the last film, and with which she had been trying to save T'Challa at the beginning of this one. She reasons that the bracelet was made from vibranium-infused soil, and therefore, that's basically it, that's what we get. A bracelet given to Freaky Fish Guy by his mother, then given randomly to Shuri by Freaky Fish Guy during their entirely coincidental meeting in Talokan, because he conveniently decided in that moment to change his entire golden philosophy, and so just happened to fancy sounding her out about an intercontinental suicide pact that she didn't actually have to agree to anyway, that she's then allowed to keep, even though she refuses the pact, that was infused with Aztec vibranium, and that therefore unlocked the key to solve the mystery of the bullshit goop.
Huh. Great.
This is tenuous at best. The Wakandans still have the vibranium meteor that infused the soil there to begin with, and burning all the bullshit flowers in the last film wouldn't have burnt the soil, would it? If a reason was given in that film for the complete extinction of the flowers, as in not just the loss of current stock, but the death of the roots, the elimination of any prospect that they might one day grow again? Well, I don't remember it, and I can't be bothered to go back and check, so I'm not going to advance this as a definite criticism, it's just quite an important question. The film leaves that hanging too, because besides trying to cure cancer, they are also, and simultaneously, trying to work out why Freaky Fish Guy doesn't look like the other fish people. He's not blue, he has no gills, he doesn't require a breather to go above the water, and he has wings on his ankles. He also has no penis, and I'm going to keep pointing that out because it's very funny. It's the middle two of these, though, that they find interesting. Shuri suggesting that some animals absorb oxygen through their skin, like jellyfish. That is actually the example. Analogy that she gives, which is unwise because it sounds very fucking dumb, and it only sounds even more fucking dumb the longer you think about it. We see some Wakandan UFOs airlifting evacuees to M'Baku's lands, which are up in snow and ice-covered mountains. I believe I suggested in part 2 that this was a tenable plan if M'Baku's lands were a long way indeed from any body of water, because the Aztecs have plot limited, which is to say functionally unlimited, means to control water, as we saw when they summoned it out of the ether to flood the Wakandan capital. And yet snow and ice are states of water, so this is probably the last place besides an ocean that I'd have wanted to be evacuated to. Do they not have a desert? Oh wait, they do? Oh, well, we're gonna come to that. Meanwhile, in the lab, Shuri and Ironchild decide that Fishman gets strong because oxygen.
Hey!
The oxygen comes from the water on his skin, so if they can dehydrate him, they might be able to beat him. So they want to turn a fighter plane into a pervaporation chamber. Yes, you did hear that correctly. They want to turn an aeroplane into a flying microwave in order to dry his skin. Some people in my comment section have quipped that drying someone's back is super effective against a Mexican villain, which I'm obliged to condemn. No, really, that's very offensive. Bad comment section. Go think about what you did. To make it doubly hilarious, Shuri comes up with this instantaneously. I mean, they don't even cycle through a number of other means by which they might hope to dry him out. Her instant thing is, oh, he can get weak if we dry his skin. Let's turn an aeroplane into an oven. How do you even begin to assess the merits of this plan? The dude gets oxygen from the... no, you know what, I don't care. I've spent too many hours being pervaporated by this film, so evidently their stupid fucking plan has some merit to it. Yes, it's actually perfectly clever and practical. Your enemy is a jellyfish with wings, so you have to catch him in a flying oven to dry him out and beat him.
Wonderful.
We get some more Iron Child backstory, and I use the word backstory advisedly. She built her first machine when she was 3. Her stepdad wanted to build aeroplanes, etc. This is one very small step away from simply having Iron Child turn to the camera and say, "My name is Riri Williams, and here are my motivations in this story." There are occasions where doing the minimum amount possible actually emphasizes how little work you're doing, and it can be better to just do nothing. This is one of them. This pivotally important character has no character, so the film gives her a few seconds to make a reality TV style pitch to the voting public. "My daddy built engines, and I want to build engines too." Just fuck off. Michonne, you might recall, was blamed by Queen Ramonda for Shuri's kidnapping. I said at the time that this reflected poorly on Ramonda, but that it could actually be used to aid the story. Some of the blame was Michonne's, to be sure, but it was Ramonda Valerian who acceded to Shuri's desire to go out on the adventure to begin with. She didn't.
大きな木の上に腰掛けて
Estas zonas, si después nos pusieran, nos van a estar viendo.
走るより飛ぶ方が早いよ。ほっ。ほっ。
ずいぶん待ってたのよ。お客さんが来た知恵の伝道。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。もっと熱くなれ。6308式ユニット。ここだよ。はっ手をつなぎましょう。もう一緒に遊ぼうよ。リズムに乗れるかい？ お客さんが来たみたい。もっと熱くなれ。安全距離確認。足元に気をつけて。もうあっちゃった。もうひどいそう。私のお家にいらっしゃい。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。終わりにしよう。観客の音を奏でろ。リバルを散らせ。6308式ユニット7号式モジュール安全距離確認。全部丸見えね。もういや風だ。6308式ユニット安全距離確認。超拡散形態。吸引テスト開始。 この同点も同点についてこんにちは。あなたのおかげでいってらっしゃい。あれ、あなただったの。くんくん。お酒は飲んでにゃいな。まあまあかな。ここの草地は私が普段お昼寝してるところよりも硬い。ここの蝶々は私が普段行っているお花畑よりも少ない。ここは野外みたいに自由に狩りができない。でもここは私が嫌いな酔っ払いさんの匂いがない。それに騒ぎを起こす酔っ払いさんもいないし。だから今のままで大丈夫にゃ。
わしは人、怪奇は死。
よし。おお。おお。外の空気は久々。よし。おお。今のうちに
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
全部丸見えね。もっと集まれ。6308式ユニット。火花を散らせ。手をつなぎましょう。や無双の風シミュレート。
一緒に遊ぼうよ。
6個の時間だぞ。知識をあなたにも全部丸見えね。と
風だ
全力攻撃だ。天道万象。
早く投稿言ってるで。はあやっへいやっせっそりゃおっと銀クやで。
難攻不落。
ちょっとビリビリさせないとね。
花火見いひん。はあやっいやキャッチせっへっ。全部丸見えね。
大勢でかかってきても構わん。
もっと集まれ。吸引テスト開始。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
手をつなぎましょう。これこそが知恵の伝道。7号式モジュール安全距離確認。
足元に気をつけて。
行くで。
燃えろ。みんながそばにいて。いざ天道ここにあり。
花火見いひん。いやはあ行くで。
天に召せ。全員どけ。岩山八九たっはっ甘い。隙ありやふっやふっ隙ありはっせっはっ剣女盤石。
やっふっおっとうりゃさあせっ
招かれざる巨
全部丸見えね。
これでも食らえ。ここだよ。風だ
あたいの最強の音を吹け。6308式ユニット。よっ
一緒に遊ぼうよ。
聞
こえたわ。 やみつきになる
火の用心
容赦はしない
おっとはぁ祭りの開始や
鏡の花水のようにちょっとビリビリさせないとなうがちなさいのく
天理チョーク
行くで
陛下の意向が我を守る
みんながそばにいてくれれば傷なんて痛まない
花火見えへんせっ
難攻不落天に召せ剣女盤石みんなは俺が守る
火の用心おっと
逃げようなんて思わないでよね
手をつなぎましょうはやたたやと全部丸見えねせふう私のお家にいらっしゃい無双の風シミュレーター安全距離確認吸引テスト開始
ここだよ
火花を散らせほっふっふっ手をつなぎましょう安全距離確認リズムに乗れるかいよっ火花を散らせはっ
一緒に遊ぼうよ
いざ岩山八九いざ天道ここにあり全力攻撃
せっへいいやそりゃやっさあ勝ちせっそりゃほなふっおっと
剣女盤石
早く投降しなさいしびれなさい
やっへっ隙ありや隙あっ隙あり
逃がさないわよ
くらえ天道万象はっ
気ぃつけるでせっいやはっせっ
逃がさないわよ。せえ。それ。
くらえ。難攻不落。燃えろ。
逃がさないわよ。これはお仕置きよ。はっ。
隙あり。
火の用心。全部丸見えね。
風だ。ここだよ。
超拡散形態、こうなるはずじゃ。
足元に気をつけて。
手をつなぎましょう。これこそが知恵の伝道。リズムに乗れるかい。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。ふう。
反逆の音を奏でろ。
ここだよ。
全部丸見えね。無双の風、シミュレート。
風だ。一緒に遊ぼうよ。
手をつなぎましょう。知識をあなたにも。火花を散らせ。
ここだよ。逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
全部丸見えね。ロックの時間だぞ。リズムに乗れるか
い。一緒に遊ぼうよ。
6308式ユニット。
足元に気をつけて。風だ。よっ。ふう。は
っ。私のお家にいらっしゃい。命はいつか尽きるもの。
逃げようなんて思わないでよね。
安全距離確認。手をつなぎましょう。もっと熱くなれ。はびこりなさい。やったよっしゅほっせやっ火花を散らせ。懸命とは言い難いわ。
行こうか。
力になれるように。6308式ユニット。無双の風シミュレート。研究また失敗しちゃった。
面白いものを探しに行こう。おとなしくしやがれ。
計画が失敗したのか。
おとなしくしやがれ。すまんすまん。
行こうか。俺のルピカ。
今のうちに急いで研究ノートの整理を。
行こうか。 敗したのか。
安全距離確認。
歯には青。
6308式ユニット。
逃げられる。
面白いものを探しに行こう。
逃げられる。
これおとなしくしやがれ。取り立てできなかったか。